Hello everybody and welcome back to a new episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host Mirko and hope you're having an awesome day today. We're going to continue on our MailChimp clone build completely serverless with AWS step functions and AWS simple email service. So how's everybody doing? Say hi in the chat if you're there. So what we're going to do, overdose or sodium. It's good to see you back. How are you doing? So I'm actually trying to make this completely into a blog post or a blog series, in fact, about step functions, and I'm learning a lot thanks to this. By the way, so maybe if you're wondering, Sodium, where did all the startup stuff go that I was thinking about like last week? It's still there. In fact, this is kind of a preparatory test. If I'm actually going to start with a so first, I'm still doing some research and stuff. In particular, what I found is AWS recognition, which, if you remember, we kind of looked at AWS Textract, which was a service to extract text and data from forms, PDFs, etc. Like very, very structured documents. We also looked at AWS SageMaker, which is like the low-level build your own machine learning model or train thingy. And together with that, we also used plus Ground Truth, which is a labeling service. And then there's something in between, which I learned now, which is recognition, which is exactly machine learning, well, pre-trained machine learning for, or actually just a service in the background that's using machine learning to extract text from images. Actually, also much more handle everything with image and videos, in fact. So how do they computer vision? So they themselves describe it as this: pre-trained and customizable computer vision capabilities to extract information and insights from your images and videos. And in particular, they have one part which is about finding text. Are you still at work, by the way? So you're probably like in the background. That's then I can be more prepared, kind of. And it can do a lot. There are some examples here from this where you, for example, you have face recognition built in, and you can use APIs to recognize faces, and then and specific people, who is this person, like style. And with that, they've built, in a blog post, they did that. They built a service that from a video, like a video with many people being interviewed, you cut out only those video parts that you are actually inside of, or the person whose video, whose photo you say to recognition, please extract all the frames, the video frames, which have this person inside of the image, and then they send it over to AWS. Let me see. Transcoding is, I think, transcoder, something like that. No, not transcribe. Transcoding. elastic transcoder, that's what it's called, which you can use to cut videos, for example, and then put them back together and so on, and turn it into different encodings and whatnot. And together with those two, they've built like a feature where you make a highlight video of only your own interview parts from a very, very large video, for example. So this can do a lot, and in particular, it can do image finding text inside of images. And it's not trained on, or it's more generally trained on like t-shirts, coffee cups. This is unfortunately in German. Sorry about that. And captions in news and whatnot. So this should work better for our use case, which is the label on bottles of cosmetics or creams and so on and so on. So I hope that is something. And I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I will check it out still today, because it's far before the regular tea time at 18 o'clock. So we have like 2 hours to kill. Maybe we do this in the actual tea time at 18 o'clock. I don't know yet. For now, I want to continue on the newsletter. So that's what we're going to do. And so what do we have there? So, and also I need a service. So coming back to the startup, I need a service to orchestrate all the code. And I think AWS Step Functions would be a great fit for that. And now after I've used it for a bit, I would even say yes, it is a great fit to like build the workflow that we want in a manageable way, as well as in a way that is cost effective, and that people can understand if they come back into the company, because pretty much everybody can understand this, I think, at least on a high level. Maybe not directly configure all of this fast stuff, but on a high level, most people should be able, particular developers, to understand what this here, for example, is doing, and that this is a state diagram. All right, so that much on that topic. Hey, Homeless, I was just like giving a summary of why I'm doing this. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. What are you? Are you still at work, or are you free to do what you want already? You're doing well as well. Very good. Good to hear. Yeah. So I was just talking about it. Do I still have it? No, unfortunately, no. AWS recognition might be the winner. Working from home today. Ah, very nice. So I repeat it once more. So if you remember, we looked at AWS TextTract, which we use to extract the text from our like soap bottle and whatnot. But it is trained on, or it's designed for PDFs, for documents, for forms and that stuff. We also looked at SageMaker, which is very low level AI stuff. And in the middle, which I've just missed, is AWS Recognition with a K, because I don't know, which is specifically designed or trained on machine learning for video and image analysis, including extracting text from like t-shirts, cups. They talked about newsletter, news captions, and whatnot. So this might be this might be the winner. And if you remember, I think the pricing, but that's just a minor thing, I guess. The pricing for TextTract was $1.5 per 1,000 images. The pricing for Cognition is almost like that. It's $1.0. So $1 per 1,000 images. So like 66% of the pricing, which is good if you have a lot of images. Judging that there wouldn't be that many images. I don't think the costs on these two services for the startup that I have in mind would be that immense, because a regular user will probably send me like maybe 20 images per month if they are really into it, and not like thousands of. So it's for each user in a month, it's less than $1 in costs. So I think that should be fine. Of course, I don't. You don't. Yeah. You don't speak evil about a gift horse. How do you say this? You don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Is that a? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Yeah, that's that saying. So I take it, and that should be a better match. If you want to check it out, this is the English website. Let's look at the English website. Like so. In particular, the image recognition stuff is in here. Jump. So, but for now, for the next 2 hours at least, I may be looking at this later. If you see in the right corner up here, I have it like there. Check AWS recognition on the to-do list. For the time being, we will be doing the newsletter thingy, which is again part of my training, kind of. Do they have a free tier? I think no. If I remember correctly, it's only like 66% off instead. Recognition? Oh, forget what I said. It's 5,000 images, so it's much more images, in fact. I don't exactly know what analyze means in this case, because they have multiple API endpoints. It might not be exactly the get text from image endpoint, whatever it's called. Can't tell you. So, but if we're lucky, compared to TextTract, I think it was 1,000 images or 1,000 pages, they call it. Yeah, as you can see just from the naming here, it's designed for documents and forms and stuff. Yeah, so if we're lucky, it gets even cheaper with that. For now, I want to train a bit more step functions, because that will become very useful if we eventually build the workflows for the startup in the prototyping version, and probably even later on. In the slightly longer run, I want to do two things here. On the one hand is step functions, good understanding, so that's one of my learning goals. And the other one is I want to check out Pulumi again. Pulumi being one of the alternative to Terraform or AWS CDK. While I'm completely in the AWS network, so I could be using CDK, but I also want to check out Pulumi. And so the benefit of Pulumi over Terraform, at least, is you can write TypeScript and any other, like 5 or 6 other languages. So I hope that's way better than Terraform for me, because it becomes type safe. But it's not as much tied into the AWS framework as the AWS CDK, which is just for AWS. Pulumi you can do on like everything. I think they support everything that Terraform supports using some kind of providers. So that might be interesting. So that's the 2 goals, and I have it on the to-do list. And in the meantime, also the recognition. Hopefully we get to these 2 today. All right, guys. Where's my tea? Oh, I forgot to brew some tea. I only have half a cup left. Cheers, everybody. Good to have you here. Hope you have a cup of tea or at least a hot beverage as well. So, what did we do so far with our MailChimp clone for the let's the triple I. So what we did so far in this project here, which is an email newsletter similar to what you would do, or a newsletter subscription service, if you want to say it like that, for just one person instead of having it for many persons like MailChimp does. Completely serverless, mainly as a learning project, but also because it's fun. And for that, basically, you have a user, you have your website, your blog website, for example, and you have a form inside of there, subscribe to my newsletter. And you put in your email, or the user puts in their email, they click subscribe, and then, so this part, that's the web page. This sends a post request to API gateway, which is a service on AWS, which then invokes our step function, which we have built at least this part, and this part. So let's go here. In this case, we do a very simple validation. Then we save the context, like the email, with some more information like a compliance check inside of DynamoDB. I think I would throw that out. It's not necessary anymore. We then save the contact using a simple email service. Simple email reputation. No, service. This AWS service here. And after that, we send a welcome email to the new user and say, hey, welcome. You just subscribed, everything's cool. Probably this would need like double sign in, or how do you call this? Like the feature where you sign up, you get a confirmation email, then you click on the link in the confirmation email, and then you really sign up and you get newsletters, and only then, because otherwise the reputation of the email sender of our company goes lower and lower probably, because of fake signups. And I can tell you get fake signups a lot. Having a company website with a contact form, man. it's just they send you many bots just come on my website, and then they write like one single word or 2 single words inside of the message and send me an email. And I'm like, what? And I get all this spam. But being a company website, it's not like I can change much about it. At least it doesn't lower my reputation. I just get spam in that case. Yeah. So continuing here, what we have so far is pretty much this workflow. What we are missing, however, and we also have the permissions completely set up. We have, like, I think here, there it is. We have a successful workflow that, as you can see, all of it is green. Zooming in a bit. The validation, the saving to DynamoDB, saving in the contact, and sending the welcome email. And it's just a transform that we can easily send the email right here. What is missing is the actual API endpoint. So I have this set up here. I'm kind of doing this as a blog post now. It helps me to understand what I'm actually doing and what I actually did. We did set up email service. We did set up the newsletter workflow. Now we have to just set up the API gateway and then actually invoke it, the workflow, and then we can test it. Yeah. That I guess. Is that how you write prerequisites? Yeah, right? Come on, GitHub Copilot. Copilot is countering temporary issues. Oh no! And I paid for you. Okay. In that case, so what we need to do is check out API gateway. Right. So, and while we can do this completely from the UI, eventually what I want to do is do this via CLI. So let's do it once via just this UI. So I already have one set up here. Typically, if you don't have one set up here at the top right, there's the create button. You can't see it because it's right under the to-do list. And what I chose is this HTTP API because it's, yeah. And that's pretty much it. You give it a name. I think there's nothing. Oh, is that so? Yes. Ta-da. All them sign in, deactivate. Hey, sweet. Awesome. Thank you so much. Very nice. You earned yourself some tea. Good job. It's jumping tea. Be careful. So, I already have one API set up. We can add another route in this case. And I want to do create right here. So on the left, route, create. I want to have it a post request and I call it subscribe. I think we can do something like this. Newsletter / subscribe if we wanted to. Let's do it just for fun. There it is. And they, oh, nice. They even have this nice indent. So let's go in there. We do not need an authorizer. We do need, which would be like protecting it with an API key, or you can call, you check a Lambda with a Lambda function that you have actually a authorization set ahead and, huh? An authorization header set. And that the value is a valid JWT and whatnot. We just need attached integration here, I think. And if we're lucky, we can use step func. How did I call this? I'm currently drinking, what is it? Peppermint chamomile mixture with a lot of honey. But it's almost empty, so I gotta leave in a couple of minutes to get new tea. Can I click on there? Oh yeah, okay. So hopefully we can just call step functions from here. There we go. Start sync execution is, I think, what we need. Let me see. So my guess is, if we want to give the, actually we can just do start execution with it. API gateway, start execution versus start sync execution. My guess is that start sync execution is just like just like JavaScript, async and await, or regular synchronous code. I guess this means our API gateway, before it responds to the user, it would first wait for the execution, while this one just invokes it and tells the client immediately, okay, everything is good. But I might be wrong. What did we do here? Manage integration? Invoke? Maybe that's just... What if we choose lambda here? In this case, we do not have this setting for lambda. For step functions, however, because step functions probably by default they are more than one lambda, they are expected to be longer running, so they probably have this. So the synchronous express, no, that's not. Oh, it's a, I see. So start sync execution and start execution and stop execution are actually API calls on, or actions, API actions on step functions instead. It's not a thing with API gateway, it's a thing with our good friend step functions. Very good. So start sync execution would return 200 OK response, even if execution fails, because the status code in the API response doesn't reflect function errors. Well, isn't that useless? Huh? It's also not available for standard. And we have a standard workflow, we don't have an express workflow. Okay, so we choose regular start execution, format 1.0, I guess. And this just starts it. Is idempotent for standard workflows? This might be important. Meaning, if we get the same input once more, like 2 API requests with the exact same data twice, will that not actually trigger? But probably it will, because we're now calling it from... So, here's my guess. I cannot tell you for sure though. I mean, we can try it out, right? Wait. Can we try it out? What do you guys think? Otherwise, we can just continue. My guess would be that it's idempotent as long as the input to the state machine does not change. However, because we're using API gateway, I think it attaches specific request-specific data to the input, which means we will have a different parameter. We have a different input to our step function every single time, I guess, but I cannot say for sure. All right, so let's take our step function here. We have to provide the resource identifier, step function. One. So, wait, did I call it like that? That's the wrong one, huh? This one. Go. We need an invocation role. Okay, so that means there's one more step here. So create API gateway, which we did. create route, post route, and now set up integration target. Of the route. And for that, we actually need the create an invocation. Oh, is that how you write invocation? With a C, huh? Okay. So we somehow have to. Now, these are not the permissions of the step function. These are the permissions of the API gateway to call the step function instead. Which means we have to create that one, right? Name of the execution, input. Ah, we can actually change the input here. Very good. And set a timeout as well. So, creating a role for this. Let's go to IAM, the Identity and Access Management service of AWS. And in here we go to roles, we create a new role. We already have like a step function execution. No, we only have a SageMaker execution role. Okay. So, oops. Create role. Was this here the other time? Well, we need this one. Allow AWS services like EC2, Lambda, or others to perform actions in this account, which is what we are doing. Use cases for other accounts. We take which one? API gateway. Gateway. There it is. We do want to probably allow it to push logs. I think we have that already. We don't need. Can I unsign this? Okay, apparently I cannot unchange it again. We need one more permission. Permission boundary. Where's the add permissions button? Okay. Guess I have to first the functions execution role. Use actually API gateway execution role for step functions newsletter subscribe. Very long name, but at least you can see what it's doing. We give it this trust policy so that that API gateway can actually get a role and attach it to itself. Here we can change the permissions. There is no change button. Did they just like forget the add button? That's fine for now. API gateway execution role for step function. So and now we attach another permission. There's the permission for step function. something like this, but way stripped down. Instead, I will create a policy. So choose a service. Step functions is what we are working with. We want to write to it, and we want to start execution. That's what our API gateway wants to do. And I think that's all there is to it. And then we want to specify a specific ARN. We already have the ARN right here. We could otherwise fill this in and it creates ARN for us. And that's about it, I guess. Review. This is the function. Start execution. Step function. Start execution of newsletter subscribe. Great. Alright, that has been created. We can go back inside of our role. We have to refresh, be aware of that. And now we should see this friend here. And cannot see. Sorry. Here we go. So I'm back in the role now. Or under roles now. And here we see the new execution role that we just, the new policy that we just created. And I can select that now. It's not managed by AWS, so it's not like inbuilt. That's why we do not have this icon in front of it. And now we can attach it. And now we can take this role here, put it on our API gateway, and then say, okay, do it. We probably actually do want to take our request.body. We're here kind of serverless, because if your app is not getting lots of traffic, it's good. But when your app is getting a lot of traffic and the functions run, then the bill will be big for VPS and managed container hosting. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Absolutely. Yeah. Something like what it's called, AWS. So it's container instances on Azure. Fargate, huh? On AWS would be the. Although this is also serverless, it is managed container hosting, however, but it's still serverless. You don't only pay, however, for the EC2 instance that you're getting and using in that case. So that might still be cheaper. My mute. Currently listening to Final Fantasy 8 piano collections. Create an invocation role. Again, attach policy to invoke the step function, workflow to the invocation role, and finally create the integration target. Maybe we still need to convert the input. Do check whether we need to convert the input. So this might actually now be a string. I hope it isn't. I hope it isn't. Alright. So that one's set up. And now I think we can actually call it. Do I have to deploy again? Or is it automatically deployed? Not 100% sure. I mean, we can just call it, right? Where is the actual endpoint? Where did I see that? Here we go. So invoke URL this / newsletter / no, I have no idea what that is supposed to mean. Subscribe. And we make a post request. We need probably content type to be application/JSON. We provide an email. And I think we also at this point still need to provide the other thing. I forgot the name. Privacy policy accepted at. Did I? Well. Let me see. I think. Oh, we can just call it, right? Subscript etime@gmail.com. And yes, what he says. Well, not. Ideally, by the way, I would like to auto-generate this date. But well, there's limits to what I can do with step functions. They did in fact, so step functions did in fact add several new functions that you can call now. They call it intrinsic functions. And we use a couple of them. For example, to turn something in an array, to generate a UUID and whatnot. They unfortunately do not have one for, what would we need? Like now, or date. That would be great if they had just the ISO 8601 date, but they do not have that. I did write them on Twitter because the one of the step function product managers in fact asked for feedback to a couple of people. So if you want to provide feedback, I can do that as well if I find the right post, which I do not, fortunately. Can I find it? Yeah. Yeah. Can't find it. Well, unfortunate. Well, he specifically asked, the PM specifically asked for feedback, so I think the feedback reached him. I'm pretty sure. It is even faster than actually going via support in this case. I just can't find the Twitter that I was looking for. I think it's yeah, Dan Ronald. I can't find the right post where he's asking. No, I cannot scroll anymore. Here it is. If you have feedback yourself. In fact, they list a couple of things here that are not even in the docs yet. So it's actually a very, very useful. Or maybe they have it. No, I was wrong. They have it in here. But the list is actually nicer, I would arguably. Arguably, the list is nicer. Now would be great. And it's just such a standard use case, right? That you actually add a specific date to something. So, let me save this as, as SES step functions in test. Come on. Why is it not like doing the save thing? Test.http. Let's do it. Bad request. There's a comma right there. See that? It's not a valid JSON. Then again, let's take a quick look at how it actually looked like. We did invoke the state machine, however. That worked. So our permissions are fine. Good job, everybody. We kind of got the hard part done. The DevOpsy stuff. How do I see this most easily? Detach, manage. That's not it. Parameter mapping. Maybe we can use this parameter mapping. I don't know yet. There's probably also a blog article somewhere where we can learn more. Go to state machines. We have our newsletter here. It was not called. Yeah. So the step function was not called. Apparently this is an error that came before, even before anything else, which is ugly, to be honest. I mean, this is user facing now, right? Not terribly happy with the format of this message. But let's try again with the fixed input, so the missing comma. Do it. That worked. And this is terrible that we get this as an answer. This should not be user facing. Start date 1.66 e to the 9. That's probably... Why do they do it like this? Oh no, I think this is just my UI that's displaying it. I am not using Code Whisperer. Because I was writing React Native code all the time. Recently, I could go back to Code Whisperer. Is my music stopped again? No? Music, please. Yeah. I eventually bought GitHub Copilot. The use cases for Copilot for Code Whisperer were still too limited, unfortunately, to what I was doing. Because it was not supporting anything like, I think this one is not supported, Markdown is not supported. It hasn't been supporting, or it's not supporting TSX, which I wrote a lot recently. So that was kind of a bummer. So I eventually decided to actually buy GitHub Copilot. And by the way, GitHub Copilot is amazing. Look at this. Tell me a blog post title. Why is my music not working anymore? Are my headphones broken now? No, it's working again. I don't know. How to configure VPS. How to configure VPS server. And now we have to activate it, of course. Let's do it. On AWS. VPS. Let's call it VPC. Oh. On Windows 10. To start, you need to download and install the OpenVPN software on your Windows 10 computer. You can download the software from the official website of OpenVPN. After downloading the software, you need to install it on your computer. After installing the software, you need to configure the software to connect. So, step 1. Does it come up with anything else? Step 2, create a new folder for the configuration files. Oops. So, if you choose the right topic, I think, you can write complete blog articles. You can write complete blog articles. Job boards. As another blog article. Best job boards for European employees. Or top 10. Top 10 best. And you have to say top 10 best. That's important. First, Monster. Indeed. Is Monster actually a thing? Do all of these exist? Monster is not searchable. Monster board. Okay. What else? Yeah. So it's actually better than Googling. It's seriously, I think you can write complete blog articles automatically with just or maybe you have to provide like the structure, but as of then it almost writes it by its own, which is like what? Which is so incredible. It is also scary in a sense of how capable it is, but still. So let's see. We have a failed workflow, I think. So here's my guess. TypeScript teatime@gmail.com was already a contact. And our workflow, it does not account for duplicate contacts because this API call to SES, it actually fails if you do if you call it with the same email twice. So we would need to have another step. I've marked this here as like a placeholder. If email does not exist as contact, we haven't set that up. So that's my guess. Let's look at it. Yeah, there it is. Failed. Exception. TypeScript teatime@gmail already exists in the list. But bam is a meaning if we go to my simple email service list here and I look for delete contact, it is there, and I call this. Now I call the API again with Amazon, and this time Succeeded! We did it! We've got an API. And we send emails. And I should have like an actual welcome email now. Gmail. I do not have it. Remember, this gets filtered out at this point by my Gmail. Because Gmail sees, hey, there's somebody sending an email to me, but from AWS. That's not good. So what we would need to do probably to make this actually work is, at least with like official providers, ISP providers, we can try it again with a fake email later. We would need to create a proper domain, I think, and then set up the domain with authorization and all of that fun stuff. There's stuff in the documentation, and I've also noted that down here. Let's see, yes. Sandbox. No, not you. Whoopsie. Yeah. I did do some reading. So we would need to authenticate our domain with SPF. Forgot what this means. Sender ID is actually not existent anymore, I think. As far as I've read, it was proposed, but SPF is what actually got the standard. And then we probably also have to set up DKIM, which is domain key. It's basically HTTPS, but for email. Yeah. And I think then we can receive all the fun stuff, and actually it does not get filtered out by Gmail, which it does right now. It might suffice actually to just set up a domain and not have a Gmail send an email from AWS SES to Gmail, to the same account in particular. In particular, it's the same account that we are sending the welcome email to, which is kind of weird, but yeah. So that's what you would probably need to do to make it work with AWS. With Gmail. But other than that, the workflow worked, and I'm happy. We could try to follow this email to try to find out whether it was bounced or what actually happened to it. AWS SES to CLI. Get email. Get account blacklist report. Deliverability test report, maybe? I don't know. There's probably something with which you would be able to track it. Predictive inbox placement test. Oh no, that's not it. Here they do just testing. I want to actually see the... Maybe we have to look at send email. How do we actually track this? Response or result? Message ID? Output. It's possible for SES to accept a message without sending it. This can happen when the message that you're trying to send has an attachment contains a virus, or when you send a templated email that contains invalid personalization content, for example, which is probably not the... it might be the case because we're sending the the email to the own email. But that's probably not invalid. I don't know. I would think that you can do something with this message ID that we get, but I cannot tell you where exactly. Send, tag, test, put, list. Is there something like report? Nope. Nope, that's also not it. Well, or maybe you can't, I don't know. Or maybe it's in the SES version 1. That might also be an option with SES. SES is weird in that way. That email. The unique message ID returned from the send email action, but it does not say how to actually do it. The message ID in the output indicates that the call to send email was successful. If you don't receive it, check your junk box. I don't know. I suppose, again, Google is just filtering it out immediately, like not even touching it. Cool. So let's codify this maybe. We have our policy here. That's not the right one. That was SageMaker. Step functions. There it is. So let's codify all of this. It shouldn't be that hard. And create an integration target. So create an invocation role. This is, maybe it helps us, like so. Almost. We call this slightly differently. But they call it invocation role. Is that like the... Well, I don't know. In this case, this is API gateway. Oh, I'm in the policy, right? So I want to make this. Typically, you want to have a setup that you can repeat, right? And nobody can repeat this except they watch my video, which is very, very bothersome in that sense. So instead, it would be much easier if we can just use the CLI, and that's what I want to do now. Making this basically into CLI calls and then try to do it again. Right. So this is API gateway execution role. Dot trust policy dot JSON. So I think I would need to do this, but for the time being that should be fine. We will call it in just a minute. Then we attach a policy. Again, we say just this is a shell command. It should be something like this. It has the correct role name. And then we need to attach the policy, which is this here. Oh, without policies. So then we call this step functions start execution of news start execution of newsletter subscribe, very long name, dot policy dot JSON. Up. And inside of there we put exactly this fun stuff. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's this here. That's the wrong one. Wait, this is... Oh no, it says start execution. This is the execution policy. This is right, and this one is wrong. We need to go to the role, to the trust policy, and there we have this, which then finally works. All right. So, all right. And with these two, yeah, let's do the complete API gateway thingy. I have to provide some text here as well. And there, probably there. Yeah, probably too. Create the API endpoint. So, shell. Can you do it? AWS. API gateway, create not a REST API. That is in this case just HTTP. So those are all of these. UI want. Let's see. API, so AWS CLI. So, and I want API gateway. There we go. So we have create API key, authorizer, base path mapping, deployment, model. Is it just REST API that gets called? How do I find that out? API, protocol HTTP. Do we have something that is with HTTP? Nothing. Description, is here something with HTTP? Nope. Maybe it is this one. Well, the protocol, even in a REST API, the protocol will be HTTP, right? Maybe it is what they call create REST API. So let's call this, let's call it newsletter subscriptions. Or maybe just newsletter. For managing the blog newsletter. Like so. Let's invoke it and see what it actually does. So we have it. That's it. Okay. That was less than expected. So let me refresh here. APIs. Then we have the newsletter. Protocol REST. Endpoint Edge. I mean, it's probably the simpler thing to do. AWS. How to AWS CLI. Create HTTP API. This one is old. Do we have a create API? We don't. In that case, I think it is. Maybe create API is the old one, or HTTP is just the old one. And we should probably use the REST one. API gateway. HTTP deprecated. Both RESTful API products. REST APIs support more features than HTTP APIs, while HTTP APIs are designed with minimal features so that they can be offered at a lower price. Choose REST APIs if you need features such as API keys, per client throttling, request validation, WAF, or private API endpoints. Choose HTTPS if you don't need the features. I think we can use HTTPS. Question is, how do I actually create one? Curl. Ah, here it is. Ah, it's API Gateway v2. So there's a v2 of API Gateway. I see. Aha. There we go. Let me remove this resource in that case. Goodbye newsletter API. So we need to use API Gateway v2. Yeah, so that's one of the ugly things about using or trusting GitHub Copilot, right? If you trust too much, they give you the wrong thing. Create API. Was it? Minus name. Yep. Description. Protocol type minus protocol type HTTP. Target. Do we need to target and set it? Need to. Do we need to create a target immediately? No, not necessary. But we could. Probably is part of Quick Create. Quick Create produces an API with an integration, the default catch-all route, and the default stage, which is configured to automatically deploy stages. Oh, wait. With that, we don't have endpoints. Given URL. Oh no, my tea is empty. This time, I think. Let me do a quick, at least brew some water. I'll be right back. Can do a proper tea time without any tea, right? That would be blasphemy. Blasphemic! Alright. So. Give it a name called newsletter. So on the note of cost control homeless, when I was doing brewing my tea, it just came to me. Cost control on serverless stuff can be tricky, in fact. By default, you oftentimes have less costs, in particular because you don't have to have as many people that manage all of your infrastructure and all of that stuff. The hard part, however, is that you cannot really set any limits, and you cannot really plan with how much you actually need to pay. So that becomes much more of an issue. Like the Azure, or also the AWS DynamoDB, they have a very, very weird pricing, which is based on like how much like read capacity units and write capacity units, which is like a AWS invented unit. Yeah, and depending on that, you have to pay, unfortunately, and you cannot really predict. Yeah, I think I need like 12. I don't know. So calculating this value is actually kind of ugly. They do provide you with a calculator, but that's also just a rough estimate, and you would probably need to double or triple it just to be sure. So yeah, and that is not just with DynamoDB. Azure Tables too has this weird pricing. Well, storage, not storage. They also use this weirdish thingy. Yeah, read units. And I can't tell. I mean, look at the definition of a read capacity unit. It's like 400 kilobytes, 4 kilobytes. Eventually, a read capacity unit represents one strongly consistent read per second for an item up to 4 kilobytes. Okay. How many do I actually need? Hector, how are you? How? Ni hao. How are you doing? Good to see you again. Yeah, the pricing can be rough to estimate. Lambda as well. How long do your lambdas actually take? Without actually running them, you will probably never know how long they take on average. Fortunately, stuff like serverless make it fairly simple to see how long your functions actually run. Or just AWS Cloud. Oh, I'm locked out. Why not? Why am I locked out? AWS Cloud. What is it? CloudWatch, I think. So this is my serverless function here. In this case, most of the time it just runs like 30 seconds because it just does a check and notices there's nothing to do. Other times let me see here. Without running this, I would not be able to tell that my functions. Let's see here. There was one. Up here, when I actually run the functions, it's like 100 milliseconds instead. And without running them, I will never know. And sometimes they take longer because they do API requests, and I cannot really determine how long the API requests will take and all of that fun stuff. So there is a lot of guesswork involved in that. And so I feel your pain point, Homeless, with trying to figure out how much serverless stuff actually costs is terrible. It is terrible. And on the other hand, if you just use MongoDB pricing, you just pay per pricing, I think, if you buy it dedicated, $57. Yeah. There might be a bit more to it. Be aware of that. Like, I'm not sure whether networking is involved in this, but oftentimes, like, if, for example, AWS light sale, and outbound networking. Yeah. I see. So 57 flat, and then you have to, yeah, the networking is probably not that much, right? Yeah, I think it's they host on AWS a lot of the times. Oh no, I think you can choose, right, with Atlas Cloud, if I remember correctly. Is it not called Lightsail? Yeah, no, it is called Lightsail. With Lightsail, people actually exactly had this pain point of, I have no idea what I need to pay when I use EC2, when I use Lambda. So they created AWS Lightsail, which is just flatly $15 or $10 or whatever per month, including a database for your WordPress page or whatnot. So you know exactly what you get yourself into before you actually get the bill, which is nice. And in particular, you don't have like cost limits or payment limits inside of Amazon, inside of AWS. You can just set up alerts that then tell you, hey, you're already paying 30,000. Maybe you should look into this. And then until you actually react, it's like, oh, now you're at 40,000. You can burst the CPU forever. I wanted to use 20% of the CPU, and sometimes you can burst. I don't even know what exactly bursting a CPU means. Burst CPU. The amount of time the process uses the processor. I see. So it's like the free state inside of AWS Lambda. Good to know. Let me take a note of that. It will be in my Anki deck. CPU burst. Learn a new thing. I mean, I learned a lot on the stream already, but again, yeah. Summing up, pricing is hard to guess or calculate with, estimate with serverless stuff. In particular, if you do the pro of Lightsail, that you get outbound data traffic up to 1 terabyte, which is more than enough for a normal web page like WordPress. I think, right? Yeah, you need to, except you host videos on that is probably going to cost more, but still. Yeah. Let me grab my tea. It's finished. Here, enjoy the beautiful. I mean, if you want, you can play a role of Tea Wars. Exclamation mark join into the chat if you want to join. And now you can, and then you can attack and all of that fun stuff. Just like a man, this. Oh, and did I die? Am I dead? I'm dead, dude.
Alright, I'm dead. Yeah. Use the commands on the right. You have 1 attack per round. Everybody else, you can also join. !_ join or !_ attack join.
Oh, I think I know what happens. Because I joined first. Because I joined first and I'm dead. The Dracolich actually won. Even though you still joined. It's still running though. Oh, that's interesting. Can I attack? No, I probably can't, right? No, I'm dead. Well, that's an interesting case. I haven't thought about. ! flee. It ended. Well, thank you for trying to play. I think I messed up because, so if I go to Atlas, because I joined first and I was dead. We got 1 tick of the game loop, and it determined, oh, the fight is over. I think that's what happened. Drop 5136. Welcome in. Good to see you. What did I use? What did I use to log in? That's the big question here. All right, it worked. I think. App services. Yep. Let's see. I think I need to revive myself. The easiest way to revive myself is to actually just go into the collection and give myself some HP. Yeah, I have -5 HP. I'm alive again. So I think Homeless just got wrecked because of my mistake. Weird enough, the monster still attacked you, did it? You get your HP back, definitely. What kind of entry is? Oh, okay, never mind. Do I need to apply it? No, that's just the filter. Okay, very good. Let us try that again, just to see where that works. Ambush. Join. All right, I'm alive again. You can join now too, if you like. ! join into the chat to join the battle. My face is kind of in the way, so let me hide myself ever so quickly. I hope my microphone is still working. Not sure why the beholder is actually not attacking though. It should. Huh. Huh. Okay, I broke something, apparently. Great. Well, that's annoying. Do we actually do damage? That's the question that I have. We do not do any damage, right? Okay, so that's totally and utterly broken. That's unfortunate. I gotta fix that one of these days. Alright, let's flee and move this back and put me up on screen again. One more to do. Bug. T was not working. Done. Monster can attack, but we can't. Also misses any kind of tweens, how are these called? Animations. Animatons. Animatons is also a cool word. Animations. All right, let's get back to AWS stuff. So, what do we have? Let's recap. Recap as soon as I got my tea. Can't do a tea time without tea. So that's important. Bumps. Here's some for you as well. I sure hope that the microphone doesn't take any damage from the steam. Here, this one's for you. And so remember what we did is, so as a short summary here, we are building a serverless MailChimp service basically. So an email newsletter service. People can subscribe to your newsletter and they get a welcome email. And whenever you post a new blog post, the system realizes it somehow using the publishing protocol, RSS feeds, and then it sends a newsletter email saying, "Hey, there's a new blog post. Here's maybe the image of the new blog, and maybe a little excerpt, and you can check it out right here." And then click on the button. So that's the email, or that's the service that we're building. We already, or we have set up now using AWS step functions and AWS API gateway. We have an endpoint where you can post to with an email. Subscribe endpoint, it invokes a step function, which in this case, at least currently, it still writes something into DynamoDB, which is a serverless database service. Then it passes the ball over to SES, AWS SES, which is simple email service, which creates the contact from the email. That's a specific API, and puts it into this newsletter contact list essentially. And then we send a templated email, the welcome email, to our new subscriber and say thank you. That's what we have. Now what I want to do, we pretty much set this up using just the UI. And that is, however, not very, very repeatable. I did a lot of, I kind of codified most of this using the AWS CLI by now. So for example, we do to set up the SES initially, you first have to create an identity, and then you create a configuration set and whatnot and whatnot. And you pass all the permissions and whatnot. So we kind of have the workflow done using the UI, and now we want to codify it so that it's actually repeatable. And I first want to do it using just the AWS CLI. In the longer run, I actually want to use Pulumi to do that, to learn Pulumi a bit more. I was not very satisfied with Terraform. So this is infrastructure as code tool. It does API calls on your behalf to AWS and so on, and manages all of that fun stuff for you, all the infrastructure. And Pulumi, contrary to Terraform, can actually use TypeScript, which I find good, very good. We're the TypeScript tea time here. Cheers. Gotta be TypeScript. Gotta be. So let's find out how we create the API. So we have this API gateway version 2 CLI call to create API with type HTTP. We call the API newsletter and we give it a description. And if we execute this, Amazon, we see, oh, this looks good. Very nice, very nice. And if I go in here, reload, refresh, yes, we did it. So that one's done. Now inside of here, we have to create, do we have to create a stage first? I am, sir, a nerd. Anna, good to see you. How are you doing? I'm even an otaku. I can say I'm the the pinnacle of nerdiness. Japanese boy and computer boy. But I enjoy it. I enjoy it very, very much. Are you a nerd as well, Hannah? I'm using VS Code. If you used either, which would you prefer? I did use Eclipse a lot when I was using Java, but that's also for Python. But that's long ago. Today, so one thing that I was always bothered about Eclipse, unfortunately, it had great integrations, but the marketplace was so slow. You love Java, great. Sweet. Yeah. We're using a lot of Java-oriented code in the sense, like the more object-oriented coding. Maybe you've heard of Nest.js, which is a backend framework for Node.js, so for JavaScript, but it is very much oriented on Angular. Wait, Angular or AngularJS? One of these two? I think it's Angular, the new one. And Angular, however, is very much influenced, as far as I can tell, by Java and all of those decorators and whatnot. So aspect-oriented. Never heard of Angular. Angular is like the very, very first big front-end AngularJS. That's the version 1. The front-end framework. The very, very first one, essentially. That came after jQuery. And nowadays we have stuff like React. We have, well, Angular, it continues, we have Vue and all of that fun stuff. I suppose you're more on the back-end side than you've never heard of Angular. Or like desktop apps and whatnot. I think it is oriented on Java. Like seeing all those decorators and stuff, it feels a bit Java-y. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you for the bits, Hector. Good to see you. And I mean, you said hi already, and you also joined the T-Wars. Thank you for the follow, Hannah. All right, let's get moving here with the next CLI call that we want to do. Once we've created an API gateway endpoint, do we have to create a stage? Is what I have questions. I think we do need to create a stage separately. Can we not do that automatically? Stage. Target. API endpoint. Do we need to create a stage separately, huh? Stage. It appears to be the case. So currently we're doing AWS stuff. Many people nowadays swear on IntelliJ. Also for Python development. Is PyCharm thing still a thing? Or is it IDEA? No, that's the Java one. I think it's PyCharm, right? The IntelliJ, but for Python. Yeah, it's from JetBrains. There it is. Okay, yeah. The company behind IntelliJ. So apparently we need to create a stage separately, huh? Or can we just skip it and create a route? Maybe we can. Get create working with routes. Oh, there's that one. Let's create route. It should be easy to find out because we will see whether this needs a stage. It doesn't. Ah, routes are deployed for everything, huh? For all stages immediately. And stages are more like on the dev versus staging versus integration and production, I guess. API Gateway version 2 again. Create route. Next line. So we want to give it an API ID. ID? I keep using Control D because I'm so used to it inside of VS Code here to mark a word and then just jump to the next word or the next occurrence of this word. If you know of a Chrome extension that does that, please tell me. I immediately install it. If you write it and you put a virus inside of it, I immediately install it. So that's a good target. The API identifier. Like the ARN? Why do they call it identifier? Create, maybe using the CLI. Create API. That's it. Okay. All right, let's try to figure this out. Maybe we just try to use the. Maybe we can just use the name for now and then see whether it works. If it doesn't, we use a different one. Create route, API ID, newsletter. Or maybe, oh no, there's the ID. So inside of this part, take a note of the API ID returned from the command. We will use it to create the /subscribe route. Next. So in this case, I mean, we could also automate this as well. Shall we? Like picking out the ID would absolutely be possible. What I would be using is something like JQ to if you missed it, use get APIs to list all your APIs. That's probably what we want. Yeah. Very good. Your API ID / route key post. Is it post / subscribe? Do we need to escape this? I think we do, right? That's route key. The route key for the route. It's a bit, maybe just a bit too general. Route key $default. Ah, here we go. They almost have the same example, interestingly. We could do something like this, right? Make it more obvious. I need that to do. So let's take this code. We adjusted ever so slightly so that it actually works. Did I throw the other one out again? I seem to have done just that. There it is. So right there. Probably even want to use these guys. There is a slight difference inside of here. If you use these normal ticks in Bash, you cannot use any variables inside of there. So I typically prefer those. And with that, do it. Looking good. We also got a route ID right there. So here, take note of the route ID, which we probably will be using in just a minute to create the integration. Did that work? Yeah, why did you look at that? It worked. But it has nothing set up, so we need to attach an integration right there. Can we do that from here? Integration or target. The target of the route. Perform service operation based on the JSON string provided. It might be the target that we need. Know what I really want? An export button. Like right here somewhere, that you can then download this route setup as CLI command. That would be so muy bueno. That would be so much appreciated. Do we not have an URL for our other friend here? Come on, go back, please. We have no invoke URL, so we need a stage. Okay. Now we need to attach. Well, let's create the stage first. Create stage. Oops, that was wrong. Create stage. sh AWS API gateway v2 create stage. Like so, we need to make it a variable, so let's do a dollar right there. Stage name test, I guess, for the for starters. Why is this 2 commands? It should be like this. All right. Let's do it. Did I already remove the other one? Yeah, I did. Clever me. So we duplicate this ever so quickly, do this. Ah. Want to remove you and just call this $API ID, so this is aligned. So for the, if you're wondering why I'm writing this down, so I want to make this into a blog post series, like the first, in fact. It is quite a bit of work though, as you can see. Mostly due to permissions, in fact, and that if you're using the CLI, you have to do like create an the API, you create the stage, you create the route, you create the integration, you create a role to execute the stuff, you create a permission to execute the stuff, and doing this all with the CLI is actually surprisingly annoying. It was much easier with just the UI. But using the UI isn't really reproducible. In particular, if they change the UI ever so quickly, ever so slightly, everything will be outdated. The CLI is a much more stable way to do it. Following are required. API ID. Oh, I'm missing. Huh? Are these backticks? The following arguments are required. API ID and stage name. API ID and stage name. Do it once more. Maybe I got some trailing space or something after the after those backticks, and that might have been the problem. All right, that seemed to have worked, and we should have a URL now. I hope. Yes, very good. Did we really need this? Ah, we have like attached default stage to API gateway. Dollar default stages that is served from the base. Do we have to call it like that? Let's just do it. Does that one work? No, stage name must not be empty. Dollar default. That worked. And I guess that's the refresh. Yeah, now we don't have a like prefix. Well, this is basically production, huh? In a sense. Kind of. Drink some more tea here. Now, by the way, now I'm drinking green tea, if you're wondering. I think, Sodium, you were asking way at the beginning of the stream. Alright, can I delete you again? Bye-bye. Last automatic deployment attempt failed. No routes exist in this API. Oh, do we also need to create a man? Create deployment? Seriously? It is very, very granular. I gotta admit. For better or worse. Do we provide a stage? Yeah, stage name. Shell AWS API Gateway version 2. Create deployment. Oops. Value. Did I? Yeah, this should be your API ID. $API ID. Man, I'm inclined to do it like this instead. Being this granular, I didn't expect it to be this granular. If I if I do a separate clause for each of these, the blog article will just be so terribly lengthy. So I'll just do it like this. And then we take that one. And that should still work because I still have this variable set up here. If I do this now. No routes exist in this API. Didn't we create a route? Routes. There it is. Ah, because it doesn't have anything attached to it. Is that it? Is that it? So that said, I think we need to create an integration now. And that's the actual action. Let's just do it right here for now. And then for the article, I will probably change the position anyway. $API ID. And we need an integration type. Right there. So everything that is not marked with this, with these corner parentheses. I don't know how you cornies. It's probably not the right name. Those are optional. The ones that don't have them, those are required. So the integration type of an integration, one of the following: AWS for integrating the route or method request with an AWS service action. For example, lambda invoke, function invoke. That's what we want, I think. Integration type AWS. So proxy is also there for integrating the route or method with a lambda function or other AWS service action. Lambda. Oh, AWS is supported only for WebSocket API, so we need a proxy, I guess. AWS proxy. And then we need integration subtype, which is then the actual server that we want to invoke, which is probably something like step function start execution. Sounds good. Step function start execution. Very good. Very good. Very good. There it is. If you're wondering, I'm looking at this all the time. And integration method, probably not. How do I actually provide the parameters? Request template. So what else do we have here? Changing positions. Maybe a quick stretch. Oh, it's almost time for the actual teen time, by the way. So what do you think? Shall we continue with the API stuff? Or shall we check out AWS recognition? Both of which will be fun, I think. So AWS recognition, for those who've joined, in particular the image part is an machine learning service offered by AWS, and we want to use it to extract text from images. There's, by the way, I found in one of the videos, I think I can show it on screen, this nice little overview. It is not up to date, so the video was from 2018. But this is basically most of the AWS machine learning services. And what you see is on the application level, so very, very high level, similar to what maybe you know the OSI model from the internet, like the 7 levels of OSI. There at the very top you also have the application layer, like HTTP, for example. And recognition is one of those. Transcribe is another one. Translate. So all of these comprehend, all of these use machine learning. I think transcribe is for text to speech to text. Translate is for translations. Poly, I don't remember. Comprehend is for, I think, another text. Is that text to speech? It is comprehend. Natural language processing. Within documents again. So this is kind of similar to TextRact. TextRact, as you can see here, is not actually inside of this because the service is too new. It's from 2018, shown down below here. 2018. SageMaker, however, is basically, if you compare this to deployment stacks, we want to probably use something like, let's say AWS, or like Heroku. We want to probably use something like Heroku, which is very, very easy to use. Platform services would be something like AWS EC3, EC2. Like the level. So here you build your stuff on your own, and we checked out AWS Amazon SageMaker in a previous video, and you can go even deeper, but we probably don't want that. And in fact, for me, even SageMaker is too rough. I probably want to go with something like recognition, very, very high level. I can just call an API that says, give me the text out of this image, and it gives me the text. That's what I'm hoping for. So that's a very, very nice overview that I've seen in this one video from AWS. So all the credit goes to AWS. Please don't sue me. It's your call what you want to do. We can continue in this HTTP gateway stuff, the API gateway stuff, or we can check out recognition. So in the meantime, I will continue. If you say something, you say something, and then we can take those into account. It might be a bit hard to AWS API gateway, CLI, step function. Sorry. Do they use the UI to do this? Yeah, they use the UI to do this mostly. I want to do this using the CLI. Not this either. We have like a role inside of here. Credentials ARN. Yeah, that's definitely one that we need. Did we call it like this? No. Where's the... This one. This one is what we need. So to move to after the I am stuff of the second I am stuff. No. Like so. Dollar account ID. So, and in this case we want to use these double quotes so that this variable is actually replaced with the correct string. So we're still not done. We have the credentials. We have said that we actually want to call the step function. Apparently there's an integration URI. Where is it? Integration URI, is that what we need? For Lambda integration, specify the URI of the Lambda function. On HTTP integration. For HTTP API private integration. If you specify the ARN of a cloud map service, API gateway uses a couple instances. This doesn't seem to be the right one. Creation subtype. We need to look at this one. Music stopped working again. Music. Be continued. Start execution. So, parameters, name, region. How do we pass these parameters? State machine ARN. Do we have something like parameters or input, query, profile, region, version, request, response parameter? Request parameter is probably what we need here. For HTTP integrations with a specific integration subtype, which we have, request parameters are a key value map specifying parameters that are passed to AWS proxy integrations. You can provide static values or map request data, stage variables, or context variables that are evaluated at runtime. Okay. Oh boy, AWS API or create integration example. Examples. That's the old one, by the way. Do we have an example inside of here? Oh, there's an example. Very good. Oh, very good. Not useful. Not useful. Great. That didn't quite work the way I expected it. So I guess we continue with this integration stuff then, for the time being. Working with service integrations. Here we go. Very good. Payload format version. Yeah, that we did set at some point. Probably want to move that down. Backslash there, backslash there, backslash there. Oh. There, and there. So we need to, of course, tell the command that it's actually still continuing. And then we have request parameters, which are as follows. We have state machine ARN, which is, in our case, ARN. SES. That's also not it. Where's the actual state machine? So here's one way to find out most of the ARNs. You go to IAM. You go to policies here on the right. You create a new policy. And now you can choose the servers, step functions. Then you can just pick any one of these. For example, that one. And so let me finish this thought. Let's just say we take that one. And now this says here add ARN. And now we have like an editor where we can use US East 1. And we just provide the name of our step function. State machine. There it is. Newsletter subscription. And then up, no! Damn it. US East 1. Up here you see the ARN, then it constructs it for you from this. All right. So, and now we just set this somewhere in here. Dollar account ID, dollar region. So, and that's it. So, do you prefer relational tabular SQL-based databases or Mongo or document-based databases? For the data that I've used, I find MongoDB to actually be nicer to use. What I haven't done, and that's very, very important to understand here, I have never worked with very, very immense numbers of data. So I cannot tell, and I also have never worked in anything that required that like processed credit card data and whatnot, which is like a prime example for a SQL database because you want to have the integrity, right? My use cases were fairly simple. And in those cases, it was mostly simpler to use MongoDB. The problem with MongoDB is communication. The problem that I found. And not everybody is ready to use something like Mongoose to enforce a schema on the data. If you work in a team and you have no database schema whatsoever, it gets very hard to communicate. Because one person maybe makes a typo and doesn't notice it, and in particular if you don't use something like TypeScript that at least helps you if you define the database type or like the struct for the database at the very least, then Mongo can be very, very like too flexible, if you ask me. For single person projects, MongoDB is perfect. If you know what you're working with, why not? Well, you're the only person, right? So you don't have to. You kind of can somehow remember what kind of stuff is inside the database. You don't need to use any kind of. I think there's also by now Atlas, Mongoose, schema, discovery, auto schema mode or something like that. I don't remember, but there's a way I think inside of MongoDB where they go through your data. In large data, probably they do it like statistically. I don't know exactly, and then they basically give you a schema, and you know what is actually inside of your database. Yeah, it depends on the use case. For the stuff I've worked with MongoDB together with something like Mongoose, works very, very well. For like bank data, that needs to be very, very strict in terms of transactions and in terms of your requirements on consistency. Then probably relational databases are key to those kind of use cases. So each one has like its use case, right? And part of being an architect type, it's I think my archetype is architect type. I like to think on a higher level, is finding the right tool for the right job. And also part of being a developer or a senior developer is finding the right tool for the right job. I mean, then again, you also have to take into account your team, right? If you just ask me which one do you prefer using, I probably say MongoDB. It's easy to use. I don't need to think a lot. I typically have data that I can query in one bulk, where I don't need like 20 different models and views to actually like 20,000 different entry points, and all of them need to be queried with different requirements. My requirements are simple in terms of querying data typically. Like get all the data for one adventurer. Then MongoDB is super. You just say, give me that user, or give me that adventurer, and you get all the data together with the adventurer, like all his attacks, for example. If I want to use, for example, maybe you've used the Poke API. It is great. It is great. It is a very, very rigid in a sense, or it follows fairly strictly the REST prescriptions. Although it's only get, right? But there you see a lot of the data models working together, and this is very, very likely a relational database, because inside of when you get you get one Pokemon. Inside you don't really see the abilities. Instead, what you really get is a link to the ability. So, and this is very, very ugly to use. It would be just nicer if I get Ditto, and together with it I get all the abilities, right? This one is probably a relational database where you try to avoid the data duplication for consistency's sake, and for data consistency's sake, in this case, data integrity, and so on. I don't know why they took that path for Pokemon data, because it's kind of limited, right? They don't have millions of user entries. They only have like 900 Pokemons that they need to tackle. So it shouldn't be like immense amounts of data. And there's maybe simpler it would, at least from a database perspective, be easier to just have everything like duplicated inside the Ditto instance, and everything duplicated inside of the, I don't know, Pikachu instance, and so on. Where it does make a difference is on the response level, right? Because with this, people can decide fairly strict on what they actually need and get only that data, which is also a benefit of using GraphQL. So the outgoing data is hopefully less. In practice, it might still be more because you have to do multiple requests, right? But this API serves 250 million API calls each month, and they are for free, and it's like just a work of love. There is no company behind this whatsoever. It is not official from Pokemon. Maybe they support it by now, but I don't think they do. So they have lots and lots of outgoing data. One reason probably being the amount of API calls, just probably being that they have this, like, you have to do like 20 different API calls to just get one single Pokemon. But after that, at least you only get the stuff that you really need. When did I become a nerd? I am nerd by birth. I'm a nerd by birth. Is that a thing? If not, I will make it a t-shirt. Nerd by birth. Birth nerd. Seriously? Let's once I have enough subscriptions to make a second emote, new emote, nerd by birth. What do you think about it? I like it, but maybe not as many people are nerds by birth. But I like it a lot. This could be made into a t-shirt. Maybe I make a t-shirt for me. Born to be a nerd. Born to be a nerd is probably taken. That sounds... Born to be a nerd. A nerds born. Nerds, oh, they made nerds. Born to nerd t-shirts. Born to be nerd. Yeah, that one is taken, unfortunately. But nerd by birth or birth by... Wait, birth by nerd? Not. Nerd by birth is not. Born to be rude. Yeah, born to be nerd is unfortunately taken. Nice idea. When did you become a nerd? Yeah, so basically, my story is I was one of the outsiders at school, but I did like computers a lot at a very, very young age. I can't remember what kind of PC we had. We had a very large tower which had XP, and I still know the sounds that it made when you started it. It started with doo doo doo, jigga jigga. And I was pretty much the first one to ever use this. It looked pretty much like this setup, and it's still there. It's still usable. That's the ugly part about it. It's still at my parents' house and it's still usable. I think it was never attached to the internet whatsoever, however. And then I got a Game Boy and I got Pokemon Yellow. And yeah, that was just the beginning. It was the time of Pokemon, it was the time of Digimon coming to Germany. So I was basically the first generation with like 5 or 6 years where like the animes came to Germany. And well, that's how it is. I in fact have like the trilogy, and I have it even here still. I have this one. I have Pokemon Pinball, which had a rumble pack inside of it. I don't think this one is actually as known. I have that one, and I have Pokemon Crystal. And I have them here. I saved them. I carry them with me whenever I travel. This one. That's the second generation. When did you become a nerd? Oh, this and all of the other users here as well. When did you guys? When did you friends become nerds? Yeah, so I was the one playing on the computer, and I remember a lot that the friends of my brother wanted to play as well. So they went like one of them had like a hand like he was like an octopus. Like, yeah, his hands were like octopus hands, and he was like, "We want to use the computer." Oh, I understand. I just save. And then you can use it. Yeah, that was still the time when you actually watched somebody play on the PlayStation or watched somebody play computer games, and you just sat next to him with three of your friends, and I'm old. All right. So let's get. When I got an old computer with with MS-DOS. Wow, that's before my generation. And Hercules. Wow, Hercules. Hercule. It's not the Disney one, right? Do they have it? abandonware. Was it this one? Because we had this one on PlayStation. Oh, okay. I see. Too bad. Video adapter. Computer graphics controller. I see. Let's take a quick look here. So this is what it looked. Oh, they please, Larry. Most games ask for minimal PGA video adapter. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of abandonware out there for DOS games that you can use these days. Of course, you need to be careful of what you're actually doing with it and where you install it. You probably want to play it inside like a virtual machine so you don't get all the viruses. But yeah, nice. Yeah, the CRT monitors, they were the thing. And they were heavy, seriously. Only like a year or so ago, a friend of mine moved out of his parents' house, and they had like a, man, it was like a 60-inch, no, 60, yeah, 60-inch, 60-inch screen. How large is that 60-inch? It was at least this size, and it was so heavy. But it was like the old ones, not a flat screen. Not quite. I was born in that area, but not quite. It was like so terribly heavy. I won't answer the question. There's a tiny bit of privacy that I protect. Just a tiny bit. You already have my name, so, and my company address and all of that fun stuff. So, but it was about that age, yeah. In the 90s, I was born in the 90s. It's born in the 80s. Is that? Who was that? That Tweakers? Original? It was Milo? You gotta be kidding me. Oh. Oh. Maybe it's another song. So let's see what we need to provide here. We have so inside of this integration subtype reference, we need to provide parameters to the step function inside of this -- request parameter when we create the integration. We already provide the state machine ARN. We need to provide oh no, we don't need to. Quiet. Nope. We do need to provide an input, I guess. Because we need to pass the input from our HTTP request down to the step function. So something like this probably, and like that. If I get this correctly, we can access the HTTP request with $request, and then we pass the HTTP request body, which is this part, down to step functions. And that should do it, if I'm not mistaken. Let's try. Did we forget anything? Yeah, we still have the route right here. Oh, ouch. So we don't need the API ID again. And at the very end, we want to shell curl. Do we need to use -x? I don't know. Well, later. There's my policy. There's my role. These two. All right. I'm missing the create API call. There it is. Okay. Let's try. Dot execution. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right. And this one also. Let's try it. I will in fact remove most of this stuff. Will it remove the all of the other stuff as well? I don't know. Yeah, let's test this, whether it works. So let's remove this API in fact. Rest in peace. You work very well. So we start with create API. That worked. We take a node of the API. So like this, the API ID. We need the API, my account ID here. So account ID equals SES, and region is US East 1. That's where I deploy everything at this point. Now let's try all of this. Let me maybe redo the console so that we clear all the variables that were already set. So all of these, we create this role. It might already exist. Oh, error parsing parameter, unable to load program file. Because I put it inside of there. Oh no, yes. Wait, this one and that one. Did it copy both? Yeah, it did. So it wasn't able to find the file. I put it in the wrong place. Role with this name already exists. Let's delete that role. I am. So that we actually start from 0 here. Be aware. Well, in the next step, we do something slightly different, in fact. We do not have a separate policy. Serverless? No. Step. There it is. This one I want to delete. Can I not delete you? There it is. Will it automatically detach if we just delete it? We probably can't delete it, huh? Step. You, my friend. Try to delete you. It will also be detached from this entity. Hey, very good. Oh boy. Copy the name. Delete. Yes. Delete. Delete it. Yes. And now we go to step inside of roles. API execution role, you, my friend, will be deleted as well. We could do this with the CLI as well, but for now I just do it. So, and gone it is. And now we do it again. Create the role. That seemed to have worked. Oh, refresh. There it is again. It does not have any permissions attached, any policies attached. That's what we do right now in this second request, where we call put role policy. This will, however, create a inline policy in this case. So it's not as if we would create it here via policies. We create it inline. So it is only available to this specific role if we use put role policy. Bams. So reload. Bring some T. There it is. And it has the same content. Still the same. Do you not exist? Wait, what? Ah, right. So here's another to do. Write out the 2 JSON files for the policy. Node. Set correct API account ID and region. All right. That's just a mental note for me for later usage. All right, so we got that one. Why did you study math and not IT? I was like, so I like, at that point, I like anything nerdy in terms of math, in terms of physics, and in terms of computer science. But I did not really know what I wanted to do. And if you don't know what you want to do, well, if you finish high school, basically you're in a position where you, well, depending on your character, you have all the ways open, right? You can basically go to any kind of university, assuming they take you. But you have like, you can pretty much study anything you like. And I did not want to like specify just yet at that point when I was finishing high school. So what I did is choose something that gives me opportunity. And math is basically the opportunity to go into any kind of science and any kind of thinking. And that's what I did. Yeah. I did have a couple of talks as well with like my physics professor. And he was like, well, if you do physics is great and you will do a lot of math, but you will not really understand what you're actually doing. You calculate the stuff, but you don't know really what you're doing. And I think that was probably the point where I was like, maybe math is not too terrible. And then I found a very good professor. You mean in Germany? You can do experiments, yeah. In terms of what you want to study. If you change within the first 2 semesters, you still get support from the government, which is very nice. So you don't have to immediately decide, if that's your question. Yeah, but math just opens, it is the language of anything scientific. So it was like a fairly open choice. what I did not know was that math was completely different from what I was used to in school. And I had to struggle like 2 years. I was so close to actually dropping out at that point. It was not a great time. Not a great time. But somehow I managed, thanks to like, I don't know, trust from my professors, I guess. And I was in a very, very nice group. And they kind of pulled me through. So typically you have like dropout rates of at least 50% in math, more like 80, more like 90% of dropouts. We started with 500 people. After 3 semesters, we were 50. Or 52, I think. And I was in a very, very lucky group. We were like 9 people which just got together. Yeah, that's 90% dropout in this case. We were like 9 people that got together at the very, very first day. We played cards that day, like poker, I think, and got to know each other, and we stick together. And out of these, 2 currently do their one already has his doctor in math. Another has at least, I think another one has his doctor. So 2 have doctor titles in math. Another is currently doing his PhD. 2 more have master degrees, including me. And another 3 went into math. I think they switched over to becoming teachers for math. At least 3 of them. And the last one, I have no idea. I actually also, we at some point we lost contact to part of them. So I don't know what's going on with the people that did not go into a math direction. But that's like a 50% who actually finished not only the bachelor's degree, but the master's degree. And well, none of us were like terrible. So I've got to thank those people and also my mentor in terms of computer science, that I'm still here and that I can be here on screen right now. I could do something very, very different, or maybe even, I don't know, be depressed, because I was very, very much on the verge of that as well at that time. The first 2 years of university. That was a rough time. So having the right people is such an empowerment. It is, yeah, it's like the holy grail to get somewhere, I think. Having the right people. True support is important, absolutely. People who believe in you, that don't blame you for doing something wrong, and so on. Yeah. Let's call this create stage. Did we call that? No, we didn't. Okay. There we go. We got a stage now, which means we also got a URL now. If I go back to API Gateway, there it is. Yeah. Did you get into IT directly, or was it also like more way like that? There it is. We have an API. Very good. Did we get the same one as before? Oh, maybe I think it's slightly different. Let's create a deployment, which we cannot create yet, I think, right? I think this one failed. Yeah, that's a bad request. So we push this one down, down, down to the very bottom of the C. You went directly into ID. Oh, I see. Via university? Because a lot of people actually start directly after school by now, as far as I know. Oh, yeah. Cool. university. By now, it's becoming increasingly popular. I mean, we need a lot of software developers, right? And there's a lot of money in there in the industry. So I can understand why they do this. So we got that one. Do we not need to provide an account ID, a route ID? API ID? Oh. How does it know the route? Ah, it attaches the... We probably have to add that as well. Or do we have the route right here? Minus route? No. Create route. Integration? No. Where do we attach the integration to the route? Yeah, now they have bootcamp. Yeah, right. That's definitely a different. Like the spread of the internet has become so wide. I mean, when I started, there was internet. There was definitely internet, and there was also YouTube and all of that stuff when I went into university. But yeah. Yeah, those boot camps. I found the other one the other day. I found this on YouTube, like a full Nest.js from free bootcamp, like 3 hours, and they go into a lot. Or if anybody is interested in learning Nest.js, that might be a very good resource. Other than our stream, of course. Feel free to follow. Yeah, YouTube has like grown immensely. I've seen. I watched C# Fritz yesterday, so shout out to him, by the way. Fritz. He's doing a lot of C# coding but also TypeScript, and he's working on ClipTalk, like he's indexing all the users, all the Twitch streamers and clips you create. Excuse me. On there, and then you can watch the clips on ClipTalk and find nice and funny clips and whatnot. Yesterday he was talking about because he ran into some issues with Asian usernames. Asian users are actually allowed in Twitch to have usernames that differ from their. Sorry, they can have display names like my TypeScript tea time in capitals that is completely different from the username, from the login name. For Westerners, they have to be identical up to casing, and he didn't know that, so his API is kind of or his data set is a bit unfortunate at that point, and Twitch also does not really allow to work with any of that. But what he said was, when we would be switching to YouTube, and if they did ClipTalk on YouTube, the amount of data would be just so much more ridiculously larger. He talked about like 2 orders of magnitudes. I mean, from his side, it's a guess, right? But still, he's probably not far off with that. And 2 magnitudes is immense. That's an immense amount of data. The amount of data on YouTube is just ridiculous. How do we get integrations? How do we link the route? Sorry, how do we link the integration to the route? Connection ID, content handling strategy, description, integration method, pass-through behavior, request parameter, request templates. That one maybe? Template selection expression. Endpoint URL. That one. I think that's it. So like so, we want to have endpoint minus endpoint URL to be post/subscribe. Is that how you do it? Example. Yeah, I chill in C# Fritz's stream from time to time as well. So check him out. He's like one of them. I think he's one of the major people behind Blazor, like the C# front end framework where you write actually C#, built on top of Razor, I think. So the ASP.NET people know probably more than I. Feel free to correct me or provide more details on that one. How do we connect integration? That's not what we need. I mean, you can just run it, right? Well, how AWS, how to attach integration to route API gateway, maybe API gateway CLI. We want to do it put integration. Put. There is no put. No, there's no put. I guess that's API version 1. Put integration. Yeah, there's put integrations here. Oh, I'm getting hungry. my stomach is like, give me something to eat. I want to digest something. My stomach is a hash function. It wants to create a digest. But we need a buttons on stream, I think. If you have any favorite sound effects or images or memes that you want to see on screen, please feel free to suggest something. Depending on the permissions, of course, license agreements. I will definitely look into it. Is it an API mapping, maybe? Nope. I don't know. Let's just run it. What could possibly go wrong? Did I already create this one? What just happened? Did I create the route already? I did not. I think I did not. Well, if I did, we get an error. Already exists. Okay, I did. This one we don't need anymore. Let's do that one. Bad value for endpoint URL. Scheme is missing. Okay. Must be one of HTTP : // Okay. So endpoint URL is not what we are looking for. Or maybe it's a target inside of this one. Yeah, maybe that's it. Can I delete the route again? Delete the route. I think it's easier to do it from the UI because I don't have the route ID. Delete you again. And next time we run you, my friend, with -- target. Is that how you do it? AWS create route with target AWS CLI. This is the old one. Route, create the route. Oops, let's create API, create route. Authorizers. We have operation name. What is operation name? Okay. Target. Do we have an example? Not really. Well, let's... We noticed that this is definitely wrong. So adding the endpoint URL in create integration is not right. Instead, let's try this dude. And let me put this one into strings and this one into strings as well. Oh, I guess we... whatever. Do it. Error code when calling create integration. Invalid role ARN. What? Can we like create this? Let's go to I am Babu. You. There's the route. The role. This is the route. IRN AWS I am : account role / what he says. What does this return right now? Echo. Oh. Account ID is not defined. Why not? Why not? Echo $account ID. That looks good. Did I spell it correctly? Now that's the question. Yes, I did indeed. Indeed. Let's do it again. Invalid role ARN. Echo. Oh, wait. 640. It is cutting off this weird thingy here. Why is that? That looks correct. Is it doing this for you as well? Echo. Yes, it does. Oh, okay. So it doesn't like the colon after a variable. Is that a bash thing that I'm not aware of? Anything else? Am I missing something? Region. Region is probably doing the same, huh? No, that one works. I don't get it. Oh. Oh. There's a backslash. Alright. That didn't work. Copy all of this. Do it. Error code. When calling the create integration operation, invalid selection expression specified. Validation result. Invalid source. Oh, that's because I'm using these ticks here. Now this is going to be fun. We replace these ticks, but we now have to escape all of these guys here. Oh boy. That should do it. So I was, because of the single quotes, it did not do the variable substitution. Instead, it just directly took the string which says dollar curly account ID curly closed as a string itself. That worked. Nice. And we have an integration ID here, which we can take and put inside of there. Integration ID is equal to what he says. Your integration ID. Hopefully this one works. Put it up. Take the right ticks. This looks right. But only one of the variables. Do it. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Let's see how it works here in roads. I want to go to routes, not roads. Refresh. There it is. And we've got our integration configured. And let's see once again. Invocation role looks good. Input is .body. So it passes down the body. Start execution. This newsletter subscription. Very good, very good, very good. This looks promising. This looks very, very promising. Now, finally, create a deployment. We've got it. Failed. Damn it. Auto deployment is enabled. Okay, auto deployment is fine. We don't need to deploy. That's perfectly fine. Now, let's do an API request, shall we? So the question is basically just, does it reach the API? Does it invoke the The step function doesn't invoke the step function with the right parameters. These 3 questions. The step function itself will fail because we have again the duplicate email address inside of the contact. Do it. Not found. Because I'm doing /newsletter/subscribe. Do it once more. No! Let's see here. So, assumed role is not authorized. So this is the API gateway that tries to invoke the state machine. So it tries to invoke step functions, but our step function does not allow that. Meaning, we have to go to our step function. And we need to attach a trust policy to this role here. It also already has a bit of trust relationships. Let's just edit it manually right now. Doing... Wait. Wait, the role is wrong. It's an identity based. If it's identity based, we have to look at the caller. If it's a resource based policy, then we have to look at the one that's being called. So since it's identity based, we have to look at the caller. So it's not a trust policy. Why did I come up with a trust policy? It's a regular policy. Which means we go back to API gateway. Something must be wrong. Oh, was it clever to close that? I don't know. Something must be wrong with this here, I think. Action, start execution on this resource. So let's first double check whether this is indeed the ARN of the step function, and it is. So that one works. Action. Oh, that's what state stands for. Now I get it. Was step functions originally called states? Is that a thing?
Drink some more tea.
We are very, very close to this. Errors. Nothing of interest. Okay, let's go back to IAM. Which means we have something like API gateway, execution role, something. You, my friend, you have a role that allows you to call state.startExecution on this resource, which is correct-ish. Step functions invoke from API gateway permissions. That's a different one. Not the question that we need. We're going to step function API using gateway. Oh, they just give full access here.
That's very, very dangerous.
And if you get if you do one of those certifications, they always be like, you always have to use the minimal privilege principle. Like seriously, they really, really doctrinate that into your brain. And then in their own documentation, they are like, just give it full access. Oh man. Yeah, well that sucks. If we do a star right here for now, which means I think everything. Still have it here, very good. Or maybe step functions, start execution permissions. Allow state start execution region blah 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 blah. Looks perfect for a state machine that's called start execution for a single nested workflow execution. There's an AM policy that to that state machine. Working with other. Great. That was not useful. Did it say summits every resource? Okay, very good. Let's try that one first. Did I already do that? Kind of forgot here. Yeah. So what did I just do? Okay. Let's call this API once more. And this is a bad request in this case. Bad request. State machine does not exist. Bad. See that? There's a backtick. Oh no, never mind. I thought this was inside of the string. But it isn't. It's from there to there. This one does not exist? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, it would be great if you could look for something like that. But it wasn't like, oh, it's wrong. It's called subscribe. It's not called subscription. I think in the article I used a different name. I think in the article I used a slightly different name for, where's my article? For the serverless function. workflow or state machine. Yeah, see here. I call it slightly different. So that's why. And it up to the point where I actually execute it, it doesn't even notice that the endpoint does not exist, or the integration function behind the integration does not actually exist. So here's an idea. I try to call this with the correct name. What is my account ID? I think I can just use account ID, right? Dollar. This time we put it directly into these dudes. Something is wrong. There's a backtick missing. There is no backtick missing. Wait, what? Why did that make a jump in line? Okay. So echo dollar account ID is still there. Let's create a new one. When is my definition? Unable to find. Policy. Where do I have the actual? Let's do the following. We click on edit. We take this dude. We put it inside of a file called newsletter subscription.sfn-workflow.json. Apparently. Save. Now we call you again. Unable to load param files. Didn't I just create it? Maybe I made a typo? Yes. I missed the W there. Come on. There we go. And this one now has the newsletter subscription name. So if we go up, because the sky is the limit. Or maybe we go down. Where's the code that we actually wrote? Put here. Wait, what? Never mind. I just need to call the HTTP request, right? It called the state machine, so that's a win. That's a win. Invalid execution input, invalid state machine execution input, unexpected character dot. Expected a valid value. So let's see where that actually exploded. We now have a newsletter subscription here. It was not called, which means we have a problem higher up. Which means this integration friend of ours, we can also click on integration here. This one is somehow still broken. Input.body. That seems to be alright, right? Advanced. Oh, well, why does it say .body? I know why. dot body. Wrong file. Dot body. It's interpreting this as a variable, which becomes empty. See this? It interpreted this because we're now using the normal ticks. It interpreted this dollar as a variable, or this dollar request as a variable, and then the dot so which evaluates to empty string, and then this becomes the string. So this complete JSON string here becomes just dot body, and that's why we see this here. So backslash, I think, and I think we just delete the integration. Delete integration. And we might need to delete the route as well. Maybe. To do remove. AWS API Gateway v2 delete integration. API ID is API ID with a dollar, and the integration ID, I need the backticks, the backslashes. If I said anything else like forward slash backtick whatever, I probably refer to this one. Integration ID is this dude here. Some piece error code because it's referenced by the route. Okay. AWS API Gateway version 2 delete route. What he says. And the route ID is, in fact, we don't have this as a variable. Trading white space. So whenever we see something like this, if there is a trailing white space, it interprets this as a single command and then errors. And then it tries to put in API ID, the next line, as a command itself. So the trailing spaces are bad. So now we can delete the integration again. Goodbye, integration. You've been a good friend of us. Now, did I escape the backs? Is that how you escape a dollar? Dash escape dollar. Yes, good. Good. All right. We need the integration ID. Oh no, I closed it. Damn it. Hey Vio! How's it going? Do you have ice cream and alcohol? Not today. I will have alcohol on Friday. I bought myself like a liqueur. I don't even know whether that's a thing that you do advocate, but with chocolate. I don't know. I just had a feeling that I want chocolate, and then I found this one. It's gonna be good. I think it's going to be good. I think it's going. I had ice cream today, in fact. Like at right after lunch. I felt like, I had a very, very salty lunch. And I felt like, now something sweet. And I went outside I have an ice shop close by, and they have pretty good ice cream. What did I get this time? Stracciatella, like chocolate splits. That was good. API gateway. So we should not have any routes. We should have an integration right there. It should have an integration ID like there. And now we can put you right there. Create the route again. You have a hard exam. Oh, all the best. Fingers crossed. I forgot the Polish name for it. But fingers crossed. No, sorry. Poland does like the pressing thumbs, right? If I remember correctly. But I forgot the name for it. What kind of exam, if I may ask? Anything with coding? Or like your tinkering, solar power stuff? We have our route. There it is. And our API endpoint did not change, so we should be able to call this again in welding. Oh. Ah, no. This is that welding? Which one is welding? Welding is the one where you have like the, and not the one where you do the very, very like CPU stuff, process, Platine stuff and all that fun stuff, right? Yeah, the cool one. The one where you're not allowed to actually look into the flame. Otherwise you will be pretty much blind for the next 5 minutes. Depending on your eyesight. I mean, I did do it. My father is he's doing a lot of like actual work, not with computers. So I had the chance to actually see a lot of people do the thingy. And I did at one point actually look into the flame, unfortunately, and I was like, oh, so many stars here and there. It worked! We did it! Nice! Whoop whoop! Fanfare! Sweet! We now have like completely controlled from only CLI calls. We can set up an API that calls step functions. We can completely set up step functions, which we did not do together, but I pretty much did it on my own. We can completely set up SES, Simple Email Service. And we can call the API call with this. Let's use this to REST client generate code curl. Curl. Yeah. There we go. And if we test via and we don't need this header, I don't think. We need to tell the request in itself. It probably this one actually worked. Oh, that should have failed, I guess. It should have failed because of actually before that, probably because of permissions. Well, that's fine. I want to get rid of this anyway. The DynamoDB step is not relevant anymore. What we can do instead is, well, I will get that to that in a minute. Let's first call this curl. I do get a call right now, not now. So another execution, another fail, which is expected, but it did call it, and we can call it from curl, which is very good. Oh, it seems to be important. Give me a break. I'll take a short break. Be right back. All right, sorry for the interruption. We were on the verge of celebrating, I think. I think that's what it was. To do change email and stuff for my article. But other than that, this looks very, very goodish. Very happy. Sweet. So you're enjoying your beer now? Or probably your ice cream. So if you have a hard exam tomorrow, probably no beer today. But all the more beer tomorrow. Or alcohol. Sweet. It works. Nice. Well, ignore this failing state. That's fine. Not 100% sure why it's actually failing. But did we actually create a role for this? Send templated email and create contact. Ah, okay, that's why. So, yeah. I already stripped down the permissions for this new article. And when we recreated ever so quickly the other step function, so that we can just change this name kind of, because I don't think you can actually change the name anywhere. You have to completely recreate it. We use different roles for the same workflow, meaning those roles, this new role also needs to have all the right permissions, but it doesn't have it. because I already prepared for throwing out the part where we do saving contact. I think we can do that right now. We have like, I think I'll do like 30 more minutes and then I'll be done for today. Like we already have like 4 hours then. And 2 hours of my regular stream time, right? At 18 o'clock. So this one, we are currently saving this mostly for the privacy policy accepted at date. But what we can do instead is we can give our contact not only an email address, we can give it parameters or attributes is what they call it, I think. Attribute $, probably. And maybe this needs to be the JSON, I don't 100%. So let's see here. We now get back into the SES API, which means we go there and we go somewhere up there, SES v2. Inside of here we have create contact there. And we have attributes right there. So attributes data. Did I already do that somewhere? Yeah, like that. So this is one of the points where I wish step functions would just have a function. Let me see. Attribute data, attributes data. Is that what I need to call it? Where they have a function that I can just call, I don't know, states.now to get a ISO 8601 string, like this programmer date format, which is just the best one because you can sort compared to any of the other ones. Yeah, that would be great, but we don't have that. So inside of here, we probably want, actually, I don't need you, I do need privacy policy accepted at $, then $, I think, what do we call it? This. That seems to be identical. Very good. All right. And with that, we use SES as a database now, which is very, very useful because we don't need another database in this case. Since we're only developing email workflows, at least at this point, there is no need to do any more of that, any more than that, right? What just happened? Okay, that worked. So we can here for the output, I don't do anything, right? No, I just discard it. So we can get rid of that friend of ours. Now we only have SES stuff inside of here. Now we have actually the correct. You look here at the subscribe policy, at the policy that I've created for the step function. We see that it can access SES send templated email and it can access SES create contact, which, and for whatever reason they don't have version 2 and version 1 inside of here. Probably because it's not the API. No, I don't know. For whatever reason, they don't have this one versioned, only the other one. Review. I don't need to change anything here, right? Didn't do any changes. So now, this goes inside, it saves the email, it saves the privacy policy accepted at date, and then it passes it over, at least the email, right?
it passes the original input, which is the email and the privacy policy, over to here, and this one then sends the email from our identity that we created, our email identity. Save this, and copy and paste all of this fun stuff. Find the wrong, find the right one. Here's our step function. There we go. Save. And save. Anyway. Done. I think we're good. Now, again, this now fails because the contact already exists. So let me ever so quickly go back to here my readme for these dudes. Like so, and delete the contact. And gone it is. And now we can do another test run. Post. Ba-bam! It works. Now let's see what our workflow actually did. Refresh. Green. Green, green, green. Applied validation. Saved. And then also an email sent, a welcome email. So now comes the fun part. We can get the contact here via the CLI for now. But be aware, if you just use this list contacts API action, you do see the email address and who subscribed to what and when they last updated, but you do not see the attributes. You will only see the attributes, at least as far as I can tell at this point. Maybe there's another option that you can actually include the attributes right here. But if we get the contact with the get contact, which is one specific contact, then we should be able to see attributes data as a string. It is a JSON, but it's a string. A stringified JSON. Privacy policy accepted at, well, just a random time that we provided just now. Nice. Sweet. And you can pretty much post anything in here, like the favorite fruit, the favorite I don't know, slushy they eat in cinema and whatnot. Maybe let's just ever so quickly go to list contacts, see whether we can include the attribute names. Attribute, no, nothing of that kind. So is there a bulk? Because otherwise this is not really feasible. If you have to do 20,000 API calls to send a bulk email via template, like you have an email, hi, name, your favorite color is color, and you want to send this templated email to like 20,000 people, you cannot, it is very unfeasible to call get contact for each of these 20,000 people. It would be much more efficient if you could get all the contacts at once with the attribute data. Maybe there's a way, and I just didn't find it yet. Did I look at this right now? Yeah, I did, right? This was a query? What is JMES pair? Anybody heard of that one? It's a full suite of data-driven tests.
cases. I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, so with list contacts, you do not, at least in the default case, you do not get any of the attribute data. With the other one, you do. Fortunately, for us, we don't really need the attribute data because we don't want to we don't want to collect any kind of names. Because at this point it's really just a newsletter without further needs. But well, you could do more probably. All right. So one thing is missing inside of our API gateway. We need CORS set up, I think. And to do that, we go to API gateway v2 and probably find something like CORS. Or we can delete it. How do we actually set it? Interesting. So, what CORS does, cross-origin resource sharing, is, well, it might also be one of the most common errors in the history of web development. When you're doing API requests from a web page, you can only, there's something called the same origin policy. Give me a second. Yeah, I think. Well, browsers check whether you do requests to other domains, and if you do so, or other port combinations, and if you do so, they first do a request that basically asks, well, am I even allowed, API, please tell me, am I even allowed to do this request from this URL that I'm currently on, that the web page is running on? And if the API says no, then the browser actually respects that and says, my dear friend, dear user, we currently have a CORS issue. We could not do the actual request. Browsers do respect that. You already see that I can make requests here from my REST client inside of VS Code. I can also do it from curl because they don't respect the CORS policy that is set on the server, and it is a server thing. That's very important to remember. It is a server thing. The actual setting has to be on the server, and in our case, we would need to do it on the API gateway. Here we could just say, well, allow everybody, which would be a star. Obviously, you already said that there was like, when I was looking at the permissions, I was using a star to allow all. Do I do that right now? I never saved. Did I? I saved. Did I save? I saved. Okay. We have another test to do. I think. I think it is. Is that the right one? Oh boy. Start execution. It is subscription. Right? Currently we have access to all step functions. Made a mistake on that one. We only want access to you. These are the executions. You. maybe I messed this up. So inside of this, the function start execution. Oh. Here. Yeah, this one. Edit this one. Oh. Like right there, we want this one, this function to be executable. Save the changes. And it might take, I think, no, role changes should be pretty much immediate. So let's do the API call once more. Still works. Whew. Lucky. Did we change that in the article? Where's my policy? There's my policy. Yep, that's not the right one. Which one do I actually have to take? This one? Right? Yeah, I would probably do all of this once more on a separate account where pretty much nothing is set up. This one is probably wrong here. This one probably needs to be subscription. Otherwise it won't work. Well, those are some details that I have to be careful. But other than that, it worked up to the point where we try to save the same user twice, which is fine. All right. Did we actually now save everything? Or getting confused here. So we did test it. Did we test it correctly? Let's test it once more after I've actually deleted the email. Right. To you again. Good. And that's the wrong execution. We need to look at the newest one. There it is. Okay, perfect. And if we now get the contact once more, we should see its privacy policy accepted at, yeah, perfect. Very good, very good, very good. It works. So cause. We need to allow post. Question is, where do I set this up via the CLI? Here we go. Update API. And then we set a cause. All right. Down. Next steps. Set up to use from a front end. Once configuration, allow origin, for example, and allow methods post at this point, allow headers, content type. I don't think we need that one. We don't need those. No, it needs those. We don't need those. That should be it-ish. Here we do $API ID again. And then well, we can just add it and see whether it works. Nope.
Is API ID still defined? API ID. Yes. That one should work.
And what am I missing now? I think I need to commas. Right? Of course. Requesting a course configuration. We do that. That looks promising. Let's check it out here. There we go. Yay, it works. Very good. Nice. So that one's done as well. Page and API ID or API ID. Then we're good. Finally. Maybe here. Your main. $domain. Main. Your domain. For example. Main equals https www.com. Do you actually include the HTTPS inside of course? I think you do, right? Course include HTTPS. Yeah, you do. Okay. Very good. Origin. Course. Sweet, we did it. We've pretty much completely created a subscription endpoint for an email newsletter a la MailChimp. Now people can subscribe. It is completely serverless. We use it is completely inside of the AWS network as well. What we use is AWS. Well, from a front-end perspective, maybe I just show you inside of the diagram here. We use API gateway to have a post endpoint / subscribe. And this invokes a function, a step function, which is a way to orchestrate AWS workflows. We then, well, in our case, we actually remove this part. We create a contact inside of SES, AWS SES simple email service, which is basically the email plus attribute data, custom data for this specific email. And we send a welcome email to this user. We also have set up a course policy so that you can actually use it from this website though. So maybe we do this, set up course. So then I just do the arrow thing in straight line. So and maybe we make you slightly do it larger. That didn't work. So I don't know, 20 minutes. Sweet. All right. Got that one rocking. So thank you so much for joining. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really, really appreciate it. It's 20 o'clock. It's time for me to go. This is a TypeScript Deep Time. If you've liked what you've seen, please feel free to follow, or please follow. Also, we have now like this command. Feel free to follow on GitHub or on Twitter, but most importantly, probably here on Twitch. On Twitter in particular, you will see like when I will post when I actually go online. For now, this is it. This is the TypeScript Deep Time. Thank you so much for joining. Bye, everybody. Have a nice evening.